Hello, everyone. Yes, we are here. We are here. Are we ready? Thank you so much for the second month of subscription there, Umgak. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you all are doing well. Let me get right going here. Hello. Hello, hello. Are we nervous, excited, afraid about what's about to happen today? No worries, Tyler. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really, really appreciate it. And off he goes with the birds, yikes. But yes, so today we are hopping back into the House of Fata Morgana. We're hopping into chapter, well, I think it's technically chapter 6, but is actually chapter 5. Or no, it's chapter 5, but it's door something, who knows. I'm here to mess up my sleep schedule a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. That's fine. That's all good. I really appreciate you being here. But yeah, so last we left off, we had learned the story of Michel and Giselle. And now we've heard the voice of the witch Morgana for the first time as well. So it's a very interesting spot we currently find ourselves in. So I'm interested to see what you all think is going to happen. Ooh. That's fair. Yeah. I'm sorry about that one. I will get it uploaded. I am so bad. I forgot to upload it. Oh no. Oh no. I just remembered I forgot to upload it. I'm so sorry. I will do that soon. I have the file. I just gotta edit out my little mistake and then I will upload it. I will never forgive you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah. I will get it up and going. But essentially all you need to know is there was someone in the mansion before the past 3 doors were ever there. So that is the story of Michel and Giselle. So I think we're going to find out a little bit more about that today. So, are we excited? Are we ready? I'm just going to get right into it, I think. Thank you, music. You were helpful today, but not what we need. We are here for something else. We are here for the house in Fata Morgana. So, let's get to it, shall we? The witch. But an unfathomable amount of time has passed, and the two have yet to reunite. Have they, Master? You know, now you know who you are, don't you? You remember everything now, do you not? You were present in every single era. The reason for which is as I described in the previous tales. Because you yearn to be reunited with someone. But that person never showed up in any era. And poor, sweet you, having no memory of any of that. Lived those lives with other men. Is it any surprise misfortune befell those eras then? The door swung closed. But rather than outside, you and the maid were inside the dull, monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. We didn't think we would get away from you, Kane. That's not what happened. The awe-inspiring light shone through, not through the lone window high up in the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious, impenetrable darkness, you stood alone in that room. The maid wore a gentle but brittly cold smile as she looked straight at you. It's not your fault misfortune befell you. The only force to blame is that of fate. I realize music's getting very loud. Hold on one second. Doo-doo-doo. Oh no! Well, I'm glad you're here on mobile. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You had boundless trust for others and the goodness of people. You were the very image of all that is right. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and beautiful as you being mercilessly thrown into the grinding gears of tragedy again and again. I still pity you for everything you had to go through. You poor, poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted. Constantly betrayed. The man you were waiting for never appeared. After so long, your spirit worn down to the bone, you lost all and any awareness of who you even were. Who were you hoping to find wandering into this illusory mansion, cut off from the real world? You and I are the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch Morgana, who haunts this mansion. And you are the tragic plaything of fate, the white-haired girl named Giselle. Did my calling you master confuse you? If so, then I apologize. My habit of calling the master, or mistress, of the house master is quite deeply ingrained. And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. That I have accepted you as my new master. that I wish for you to remain here. To stay with me. So let us put an end to this journey. Do not worry. There is nothing to fear. We are simply going to step outside the river of time. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I will be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you the utmost care. You will not have to wait for anyone. Forget about him, the man you once sought. And I'm sure you will find happiness. Please, do it for me. I have been waiting for you for so very long. I have wanted nothing more than to see you again. But you were continually stolen away from me. Despite my sincerest desires to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything. For surely you would not willingly repeat the same fate. If you knew all of the pain it had caused you to suffer thus far. Spend eternity with me. In the gentle embrace of darkness. The maid extended her hand for you. Her fingers brushing up against yours were as cold as ever. But her breath tickled your skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang in your ears, filling you with warmth. You thought back to your time with her in the mansion. She had indeed always treated you with great compassion, and nothing she had said seemed to be a lie. And so you pondered. What were you to do? And we save. And we save. Also, when did Morgana... Do you care about her, Morgana? Also... Oh no, you're still stuck on that, are you? Oh no. Oh no. Are you sure? So, what should we do? Should we accept her proposition? Reject her proposition? Or there is still more to be done? Except feels like the bad end. She is. She is. I think there's still more to be learned here, but I will also let you guys decide. What do you think? Hand holding. How dare. There are cooties there. How dare. Or would we like to see the other endings? If there are other endings with these choices? Are we? I'm going to do There's More to Be Done. That's what she said, but I give up. Fair enough, fair enough. I have saved, so if we would like to go back and do these ones, we can do these later. There is still more to be done. Something seemed off. Not only with the story she had just told, with her, and with you, yourself. Assuming everything she had said was the truth, which or not, my mind is made up. Which is why which will strike you first? I wonder, regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real. Very much so. It is not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch is me. That's right. It wasn't the white-haired girl who claimed to be the witch. And that wasn't all. Or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, you're sincerely prepared to do that. And be wary of the tale that comes next. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that. A fabrication. None of your questions had been answered. You still didn't know who was in the painting. Or what had taken place so long ago that caused the mansion to summon people to it. You didn't even know who you were, for that matter. There was still more to be done. You had to find the truth. You needed to find someone. That much was certain. But was the story the maid had told correct about whom? And if it was, what about her? What about the woman whose name you couldn't say? The woman who had so cheerfully called you master. We agreed that we would live together not just in the same house. So we've got plenty of time to add to that list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? You must say her name. You must take her hand. You must make her smile once again. You mustn't reclaim your old self. It's dark. Dark. It's dark. It's dark again. It's dark. 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 Constantly. Constantly in the darkness. You threw it away. Every single time. I must break out of this darkness. I'll give you a world that's not cruel to you. I must escape and take her hand. Because that's the reason. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. I came here. You can curse them with me. I must return. I must reclaim. We can think of new ways to torture them. We'll all be happier if you stay here. Just think about it. Stay here, in this world. You'll be right at home. No. I did the best I could for you, nothing more. This is not where I belong. No matter how much of a world of darkness may suit me, you'll never be able to do it. I must reclaim my true self. Reclaim yourself. This is brilliant. Do you have any idea how terrible a decision that is? Do you have any idea why I fabricated that story? It was all for you. So stay here. Stay right where you are. The darkness suits you better. Reclaim yourself. Remember what someone told you not long ago? That you could handle the stories because they weren't your own. That you were able to bear the tragedies because they happened to others. If that had been your suffering, if the secrets you had buried away for so long had come out, you couldn't possibly have endured it. Reclaim yourself. But you're a sharp one. I'm sure you intend to keep those secrets tucked away forever. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that, though? Whatever you try to hide, I'll make sure your beloved hears every last detail. Reclaim yourself. How foolish can you be? Despite all my encouragement, you still insist on getting your old self back? What do you have to gain from that? Nothing but filthy, ugly tragedy awaits you down this path. Reclaim yourself. Don't get your hopes up, my dear. There's nothing for you there. You have nothing. I'm offering you a place by my side. You should just take it. There is no salvation for you anywhere. None. At all. Anywhere. From anyone. Ever. Reclaim yourself. She has long since lost grip on reality. And you think there's anything you can do for her now? Despite having repeatedly failed to even regain yourself. Reclaim yourself. I suppose if you're going to be stubborn, as much as I don't want to, I have to place a curse on your soul. That's right. The white-haired girl was never at the mansion. Yes. The white-haired girl was never here. She was never real. She was her. There's still a story left untold. What? The fourth door was all a lie. What do you mean? It was not some sweet little tragedy. The story you told was pure fantasy. No. That was the truth. That was where it all began. Because of what happened then, you spent innumerable years lost until you showed up here and... What? You reach out, grasping for it. You pull yourself in. Your silhouette, which has been hazy until now, begins to take form. Your mind, your consciousness, your heart, your soul, and your body. Who are you? The veil in your mind dissipates. A crack forms in the shell encasing you. Then another. The invisible shackles chaining your spirit fall to the floor. Reality fades in atop the distinct, foggy world around you. Bony fingers appear before your eyes. Long hair. Your voice? No. My voice. My body. My fingers. My arms are frail and my joints are weak. But despite my resemblance to the white-haired girl, I am not her. This is who I am. I have finally reclaimed myself. You weren't waiting for the white-haired girl. You were waiting for me. And that's exactly why I came here. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I've always waited for the white-haired. There was never a white-haired girl. There was only this time. This time I must say her name. She is Giselle? There was only you. I am Giselle? No, no, I am not Giselle. I am a servant of the house, and I am the witch because you are not the witch. The witch is someone else. Why do you insist that you're the witch? What changed you so much? Giselle! The shadowy figure in the master bedroom. That was her. A glimpse into her past. I'm sure this is Giselle. But why is she so different? What happened to the spark she used to have? Where did the light she once shone upon the world go? I have to remember. I must remember. This cannot end until I have. This is no longer a story. No, what I need to face is my past. And her heart. She was not even present in the story she made up. Everything about it has been changed. The past I lived and the wounds she bore were much more grounded in harsh reality. Not wrapped in a film of magic fairy tale. That was the final tale. And it's all true. That's how it happened. It was a bittersweet story. No. How can you not see this? Yes, it was a beautiful tragedy. But was there even a scrap of humanity in it? Behind the 3 preceding doors, there had been a constant thread of ugliness and conflicting motivations. But there was hardly a trace of that in the 4th door. The characters felt nothing more than characters. Is that what you want to turn into? Is that what you want our history to become? Welcome in, Marky. I hope you're having a good day. Our history? But I don't remember anything at all. You don't remember anything. No, I don't want to. I don't need a past or a future. All I have left inside me is uncertainty. Giselle. No. That is not my name. Please, stop trying to confuse me. I'm fine with the way things are. It means I don't have to hurt. That's all I want. So please, just let me keep being the maid. Let me keep being a guide, not some foolish girl. Is that what she honestly desires? Does she want to cast aside her past for good? If so, then... Now, which ending? Which option? Do we not force her? Or not remembering isn't an option? Dun 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 dun. And we save again. Not remembering isn't an option. Considering she made us try to remember. Not remembering is the only option. Oh no. No, no. Like I said, she made us remember who we are. So why does she get out of this? Is my thinking. But no worries, Marky. Not remembering isn't an option. There's a give and take here. Exactly, exactly. No matter what she says, I know I'm right. And if she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. If you're afraid of what you might find, we can remember together. I haven't gotten everything back about myself yet. So let's open the real door. Together. There are no other doors to open. But there is. One that can only be opened by our hands. Because it exists between the two of us. Not a door in a physical form, but the door to your heart. The door to... I grasp her unnaturally cold hand. A hand that long ago once had warmth. If she can't lead the way, then I'll have to. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history so we can both reclaim ourselves. Find the actual truth. No matter what we may uncover, I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go of it. Call back to the first door. Darkness falls over the world around us. The floor upon which we had been standing flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. This dark pit, this is her door, her history, her heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. It's a story about betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other pain. But that's the road we traveled. And down that road lies all the answers. Take the first steps towards uncovering yourself. The fourth door. The fifth door. 1099. It had been several days since I had left the capital. I could still see it when I closed my eyes. The people lined up on the Grand Pont, awaiting entry, eager to start their new lives there, brimming with hope. It was a city where we're willing to pay high taxes to live. Oh, sorry, I can't read. It was a city people were willing to pay high taxes to live in. If you were a performer, you could get some of those costs shaved down by a bit by putting those skills to use. The capital was harsh on those who wanted in and apathetic about all who left. It was composed of powerful nobility and clergy, wealthy merchants and bankers, and a large population of poor. And it was a city I called home for a long time. I didn't know much about where I was heading. It's getting foggy. Looks like it might rain. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh. All right then. The coachman was frustratingly taciturn. He acted as though he had gotten stuck transporting a prisoner. Though it was hardly a stretch. From his point of view, I was nothing more than a criminal. Even the times he would acknowledge anything I said, he made no effort to hide the scorn in his eyes. To pretend he didn't regret ever taking this job. And I would fall silent again. The road was gradually getting narrower. We had long since left the paved roads behind, and now are traveling along a couple worn grooves in the forest. How did I end up here? Why was I being subjected to this? I was done thinking about it. The more I thought about it, the less fair it seemed. The more I remembered, the worse it hurt. All I could do anymore was close my eyes and weather the storm. Deep within the dense wood, a mansion appeared before us like a world fading into view after a dream. It didn't seem to be an especially large house, but it had obviously been constructed with a great deal of care, and it was, thankfully, not standing in ruin. This deep in the forest? The carriage came to a stop, and the coachman climbed down, signaling with his chin for me to get out. Thank you very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. This is the mansion I'm looking for. Yes? But the driver didn't acknowledge me, getting back onto the carriage and setting off into the forest. He seemed to want to get as far away from here as quickly as possible. He could have said something. Oh well. That was about all I could say anyway. Oh well. I couldn't blame anyone for me being here. Or for his wanting to get out. I should get going, I guess. Getting a better look at it, the house's windows were, strangely enough, all shuttered. It was probably dark as pitch inside. Does no one live here? But if that's the case, then why was I placed my hand on the front door. Such a big door. What if I couldn't get in? I had no idea what else was in the area. If the door didn't open, then I would die out here in the forest. I've come to accept much, but I wasn't ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. The door was heavy, and though it seemed to protest my attempts to enter, it still opened much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I got the strangest impression that light was being swallowed up by the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, I felt as though I was about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I closed the door, it was so dark I couldn't tell where I was walking. I wonder if the window was open. So I managed to fumble my way over to a window. It was tightly shuttered, and the shutters were caked with rust. I was probably not going to get it open without a fight. Darn, not a hint of light. I couldn't even see my hand waving in front of my face. Felt as though the floor would fall out from under me, and I would sink into eternal darkness if I didn't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walked forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There was a door at the end of a long corridor. I pulled it open, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushed past me. It was too dark to see anything, but I could tell I could feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness gripped me. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit more. My voice simply disappeared into the void. The void. The void. No response. As I pushed forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spotted a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I was able to make out a large window. Unlike the others, it wasn't shuttered. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. My chances were slim, but I imagined, but there was even a slight possibility of getting some light in here. It was worth a shot. So I pulled open the drapes. The next moment, a faint but colorful light shone down on me. It was a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I could hear the pitter-patter of rain. It had finally started, it seemed. The different colors of light blended into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's so pretty. It looks like an angel? Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly, I hear a voice, and I could sense someone else in the room. The man's voice was emotionless, neither deep nor high. Before long, he came into view, illuminated by a dull orange candlelight. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but, I did announce myself. The man stood there, practically blending in with the darkness. Had he been there the whole time? He was staring straight at me. His gaze wavered slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. Then again, I could hardly make out any detail at all under the light of a single candle. Is this, your mansion? It is. Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted. I suspect you would have preferred if it were abandoned. Oh, not at all. I'd be scared to death staying in this dark of a mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended. I do think it could do with some light. That way you could see where you were walking. I'm sure this room would look splendid illuminated. Not necessary. I make do perfectly well as things are. How can you see when it's so dark? I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I'm not in want of needs of making light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it in for food, then make your way to a larger town. I was gonna say, are you gonna mention the furniture again? I'm no longer able to freely return to the city. Yeah, but Michel is not the only one who has said to get rid of the furniture. To be fair. I cannot go back there. Please don't chase me out. I see. And do you ask this of me, aware of how people refer to this mansion? They say a witch lives here. Not merely a witch. A cursed witch. If you remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction. You're worried for my well-being? Witch or not, my mind is made up. I was sent to this cursed witch's mansion to atone for my transgressions back in the city. It didn't matter what lived here. I had no choice. Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale. The witch is real. Very much so. It's not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch. The witch's name was Morgana. It is me. Yes. That was our first encounter. It was nothing flowery or dramatic. It was rather laced with suspicion and wariness. We knew nothing about one another, and I had no interest in changing that. But nonetheless, that was where it had all began. Where my history with her commenced. I need a sip of water. Give me a second. Giselle. What oh damn. What oh damn. Nothing? Okay. The fact that both of you said that very, very quickly next to each other makes me concerned. Yeah, I see. I understand. Meanwhile, I'm giving head pats. No, they're not totally different opinions. Because you put the ... dots afterwards. They're not different opinions. They are the same opinion. The woman had jade eyes. Open wide, they glimmered like jewels in the light shining through the stained glass window. She seemed to be at a loss for words. I wasn't lying, per se. The rumors said a witch lived in this house, and I was the only one that filled that criteria. Thus, said rumors could be interpreted to be talking about me. After staring at me dumbfounded for a few moments, the woman suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, wow. Here I was thinking you were kind of scary, but it turns out you're actually quite funny. What? I would never have guessed you were someone to tell such a ridiculous joke with a straight face. I wasn't. You don't look at all like a witch. I mean, it's dark, and I can't really see. But you seem to me like a rather handsome man. She looks much prettier alive. Oh, that's such a such a crazy statement. The word witch. The word witch has a broader meaning than just a woman who practices magic. Any unholy person with cursed powers, man or woman, could be considered a witch. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of witch is definitely more of a woman. So you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me a little rather scared. But I think I can make this work. What do you... It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. Master? I was sent here from your old home. I was an Abigail for your mother, but, well, I may have had a little goof. I froze the moment the word left her mouth. Home. It rattled around in my skull, shaking up terrible memories that brought me to my knees. Why, after all these years, were they reaching out to me now? And not even sending someone to bring me back. Just sending someone. To what end? For what purpose had they shipped an Abigail to this remote mansion? What was my mother thinking? Was this another one of her attempts to break my curse? What do you mean you made a little goof? My voice came out weak. I did my best to not let it show on my face. It was a teeny tiny mistake. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. What did Mother say about me? Well, it was actually your father who told me to come here. I never really spoke to your mother much. Father sent you. That made even less sense. Why would he have... Did Father even know I was here? No, if he had known, I would have been... Who was this woman? And what was her goal in asking to stay here? Well, there you have it. I'll be here for a while. If you need me for anything, do not hesitate to ask. I'm confident I can handle most everyday tasks. Now, where should I begin? Oh, I know. Are you hungry, Master? Food. I can't imagine you eat much, being as skinny as you are. I turned my back on her without responding. No matter what her goal was, she had been sent from that house. There was no way anything good could come from that. And there was no way I could live with someone who has ties to them. I prayed she would take the hint, give up, and leave. Wait, Master? Yeah, the glass was always like this. Like the window behind her? Yeah. It hasn't, I don't think. I think that's just the overlay color right now. To be fair, I think I'm her first dead too. Oh no. No, Marky, no. And so I kept ignoring her. Master? Master! I ignored. No! That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. To look better alive. That's fair. Oh, I'm just... my brain doesn't work right now. Brain no work. Brain doesn't work. I ignored. Master! I ignored her. Master! What would you like for supper? Nothing. But failed, spitting back and shouting. Her eyes went wide, and she gave a sheepish giggle. I glared at her as she fidgeted uncomfortably. Eating is one of the most basic human needs. So if you're hungry, you should really eat. Exactly, everyone. If you are hungry, you should eat. Remember this. I said I didn't want. Why is everyone sick? What is happening? What is happening? I'm just telling you as a genuine reminder to eat if you are hungry, people. That's all I'm saying. Possibly. Who knows? Who knows at this point? Oh no. Oh no. The channel is cursed. The channel is cursed. I'm cursed along with these two. Oh no. What was that sound? Must you ask? That's not a very polite thing to ask a lady, you know. Huh? You know. It was a long trip. And all I had to eat on the road was dried fruit. I felt like I was some kind of animal. So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm hungry. That wasn't the sound of her stomach growling, was it? I thought lightning had struck in the distance. And would like some supper. The kitchen is at the far end of the hall on the first floor. There's food in the cellar. Help yourself to any of it. Thank you so much. I honestly haven't eaten in days. I feel like I haven't eaten in days and I'm about to die of starvation. Oh, and I shouldn't need any help finding it. I plan on exploring the house anyways. It's rather exciting being in a new place. Ugh. Damn it. That did not go as planned. Oh well. She can do as she pleases. I'll have nothing to do with it. Oh, Master, are you sure you don't? No. Master? Master? What is it now? My name is Giselle. It's a pleasure to meet you. And your name, Oh, Master, you... I actually left the room at that time, making my way back to my chambers. At some point, I would seriously have to chase her out. Especially considering she came from that house. But regardless, I was not terribly fond of her. And now we switch over to Giselle's POV again. So yeah, if you're wondering whose POV we are in, the flowers on the side here will tell you whose POV we're with. I didn't really understand Michel. But that was probably because we're still essentially strangers. Having been sent to the mansion as reparation for my mistakes, I wasn't sure who I might find there. But I was tentatively convinced he wasn't a terrible person. He didn't do anything to me, except stay away. Michel spent most of the time in his chambers, which he told me never to enter under any circumstance. So we rarely encountered one another in the halls. For that reason, I made an effort to be kind and cheerful on the sporadic occasions we did cross paths. I figured if I kept that up long enough, he'd eventually warm up to me. And as new housemates, being able to enjoy each other's time together was obviously preferable to the alternative. Oh dang, I didn't notice. What did Michelle's look like? It was blue. So it's pink and blue on the sides. If I did manage to break the ice, I hope that we'd be able to do some talking about the mansion, about him, about me. I just had to keep working at it. Michel didn't need me to take care of him. He handled that. He handled his own day-to-day needs and activities by himself. And in fact, he didn't ask me for anything. An aristocrat who had no use for his servant. I hadn't met anyone like him before. All right then. That meant all I could do was clean. I wasn't sure how his room looked, but the rest of the house was, quite frankly, an absolute disaster. The dust was so heavy, it was obvious it hadn't been touched in years. Let's get started. It wouldn't be healthy to live in these conditions, so I set out to clean each room in the house one by one. That said, it wasn't going to be an easy task. Not because I was bad at cleaning. In fact, I consider myself quite good at it. But because it was near impossible to find all the dust and grime that needed cleaning under the flickering light of a candle. It sounds like my apartment before I moved in. Oh no! Oh no, that's not good. That's not good, Umgak. That's not good. It was not cleaned. Oh no. Despair. Sadness. Sadness. True sadness. I can't understand how anyone sane can live in this dark. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's actually a vampire. Oh God. Wouldn't that be something? I can see it now. Him sneaking out every night to suck blood of pretty girls. Priceless. Ah! That means I'm in trouble. Look at me, Miss One-Woman Comedy Show over here. Yep. If I am able to get him to warm up to me, though, maybe it'll give me a little more room to make some changes. Like opening windows. No light and no fresh air. No thank you. Anyway. I set the candlestick down, pulled over a chair to stand on, and started wiping down the shelves. The chair's legs seemed to be uneven as it wobbled slightly underneath me. So many books. I wonder, do they all belong to him? I knew parchment was expensive, but it was rather astounding seeing so many stacks all in one place. There were even some books with bulky, extravagantly decorated covers. He does come from an esteemed family. He spent enough time at his family's home. It was a constant bustle of servants and guests. Exact opposite of what this mansion was like. Why had he left home? What had he done to be sent all the way out here to this remote mansion in with a less than savory reputation? I need to be careful not to overstep my bounds. I'm a servant now. A servant. But once the thought crossed my mind, I couldn't get it out. I had always had a bad tendency to chase my curiosities as soon as they struck, pushing to scratch the itch no matter what my actions annoyed others. I couldn't do that here, though. I was simply a servant, and if I got on Michel's bad side, I risked getting thrown out. I wonder what kind of books he's got here. So I attempted to distract myself. I grabbed one of the books and attempted to pull it out. But the string binding the parchment must have gotten tangled at the back. Whoa! Because the books on either side tilted back with it. Ah! And the entire row came crashing down on top of me. Ow. Oh, for Christ's sake. I had fallen off the chair, and a downpour of books was still coming down on me. A mountain of dust with it. Seriously? What are you doing? What? Suddenly, Michel was there, looking down on me from a little ways away. There was, as usual, not much I could read from his expression, but I could hear a vague trace of exasperation in his voice. I was doing some cleaning and impressive work. I'm usually better at this. It's just so dark. Mistakes should be expected. I really think we should open up some windows, Master. Get some light, some air flowing through here. I never asked you to clean anything. You did this entirely yourself. But there's so much dust. It can't be good for you. I am perfectly healthy. I don't see the problem. Had he even seen himself? No way someone was that skinny was perfectly healthy. You look like you have something to say. He can make out my face in this darkness? Oh, you know. I wanted to be useful, and cleaning's all I can do here. So, you know. I was sensing something else. But alright. He let out a sigh, stepped over towards the pile of books, and then reached his hand down for me. I suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment about the fact that I was still splayed out on the floor. But I raised my hand up to take his, only for him to pick up a book instead. You could at least help me up. You have legs, he said, casually returning the books to the top shelf. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was a terrible person. So, Master, are all of these books yours? Giselle asked, without a trace of remorse visible on her face, despite having made a mess of the room she was supposedly trying to clean. I gave a curt nod. Really? That's impressive. It must have been hard work getting them all here, huh? There's gotta be 100 books here. You could fill a whole carriage at least. It looks like you've got your own personal library. She'd been pouting only a few moments earlier, but her smile was back in short order. Her jade eyes were like little balls of curiosity, glittering in the faint candlelight. I was not particularly fond of the overly expressive, rather, overly curious woman. Did they not care That they trampled uninvited into other people's private spaces? Or were they not even aware that their actions were invasive? I averted my gaze from hers. I receive one roughly every month. Ah, I see. Wait. She turned back towards the shelves. I presume she understood the implications of what I had just said. Of the fact that there were nearly 100 tomes here, and I received one for every month. Huh. Giselle fell silent. Couldn't blame her if she thought my circumstances or my family or my life were bizarre. But I didn't care what she thought of me. In fact, it was to my advantage for her to be uncomfortable. I just need her to stay quiet and keep her nose out of my business. There's more than I thought. I said not to her, but to myself. I had no reason to count the passage of time anymore. Only the books served as a record of how long I had been here. 121. What? There's 121 books. 10 years and 1 month. Oh, thank you so much for following, Lonely Knight. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You were counting. I had thought she had just sheepishly gone quiet. What an inscrutable woman. You've been here in the mansion for that long? All by yourself? The truth was, there had been times when I wasn't alone. But Giselle had no need to know that. You already know the answer. A look of pity formed in Giselle's eyes. Enough. I never asked for her sympathy. I'm here by choice. You mean you weren't banished here? No restraint, this woman. No. I came here out of my own volition. I didn't care enough to elaborate, though. Picking another book off the floor, I brushed the dust off its cover. It was a gaudily decorated tome. That's a very fancy book, isn't it? But apparently Giselle was unable to take a hint. What's it about? I let out a sigh and opened to no page in particular, sticking the book out towards her. She was a servant. And a woman. There was no way she could read. Let's see here. This land is hardly suitable for cultivation. It can only produce over-sour grapes. I would probably get more out of it if I tore down the fields and made it into a market. Sounds like a Lord's diary. You can read? Yes, she can read. I was caught slightly off guard. It was rare for a noblewoman to be able to read and write, let alone a servant. Was she truly what she claimed to be? I had someone teach me. So, is this book any interesting? It's dull, worthless tripe. I can't imagine why anyone thought it was worth binding. Tough crowd. It's not very often you get to see a Lord's diary. I'm rather curious of what kind of things he griped about. Lord or king, what value was there in another's grumblings? There was no knowledge contained within that book. Just emotions. Unsightly scribbles. There was nothing more exhausting in the world than being emotional. If you want to read it, be my guest. That wasn't my intention, but all right. Once I've got the whole mansion cleaned, I'll read it. I told you, you don't have to clean. Oh, I've got an idea, Master. If you're interested, maybe we could read together. Did you just hear a word I just said? It's dull, worthless tripe. Still, you might see it differently if you read it with someone. And I'm sure there are some books here you'd enjoy, Master. You're wasting your time. The suspicion and restraint budding between us was trite and insignificant at that point. She was still smiling after all. If I had been able to maintain that distance, and perhaps I wouldn't have ended up hurting her. It had been a little under 2 weeks since I moved in with Michel. Though we lived in the same house, we rarely saw each other. On unlucky days, I wouldn't see him at all. I wasn't sure if he ate in his room or our schedules were simply misaligned, but we never had any meals together. Perhaps he was deliberately avoiding me? That has to be it. I know servant and master don't usually eat at the same table, but even so, he could at least be a little less obvious about it. Am I really that much of a nuisance? I'm not doing anything inappropriate, am I? I'm being pleasant and sociable, aren't I? I haven't given him any reason to not like me, I think. I hope. He had never been very enthusiastic about me staying here. But I haven't been given much of a choice. I had been sent here by his family. Besides. No, out with the negative thoughts. Gotta stay positive. Yeah, he hasn't tried to chase me out yet. I just haven't broken the ice. I had to stay positive, optimistic, happy thoughts, and be myself. And as long as I kept working at it, with enough time, Michel would surely come around and not be so distant. I've got a goal, so let's get to work. First, I make supper, and then I ask him to have it with me. Gotta be proactive when it comes to the reclusive types. All right, here goes. Or here would go. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Lonely Knight. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your Maeve emotes. All good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The Maeve motes. But we're almost out of supplies. Well, so much for that. The cellar was where the non-perishable foods were stored. Dried foods, smoked meats, cheeses, and a small scattering of root vegetables. Looking at this makes me feel like a soldier holding down a castle's fortifications. Had Michel really gone 10 years on nothing but this? I would have raised the white flag long ago. He said he hadn't left the mansion all those 10 years. I assume he at least goes out for supplies, right? Running out of food is kind of life or death, right? I can't believe he hasn't set foot outside in... What are you babbling about? Ah! Oh no, he overheard me. I assumed you were talking to someone. Huh? Does anyone else live here, Master? I haven't seen anyone. It's just the two of us. Alive, anyway. You mean there are ghosts? Something of the sort. There you go with the jokes again. I'm not a child. You're not going to trick me like that. There are adults who believe in such things. I suppose. But I don't really believe in ghosts or demons or curses or any of that. The church just tries to convince people they're real so they can squeeze more money out of them. I'm glad Giselle talks out loud like me. You are your own best audience, girl. Talk out loud and proud. Yes, I agree. Well, no, that's heresy. I don't think Michel really cares, to be fair. Well, I said that too soon. Am I gonna have to turn you over to the church, you blasphemer? No. I pray every day. Honest. I don't particularly care either way. I'm returning to my chambers. What? Already? You didn't, come down for food? I only came down because I heard voices. Moment, please. Just wait a second. What? Our stores are almost empty. What do you normally do when you need more food? happily accompany you on a trip to the market. Already? That was fast. There's 2 of us now. I don't really eat that much, do I? In the dim light, it was difficult to make out Michel's expression, but I thought I could see a twinge of annoyance on his face. Hold your ground, Giselle. You said you wanted to get closer to him. Ah, is that a parsnip? Michel was holding up a tangled ball of roots. The reason I asked because the parsnip looked like it was on the verge of total decomposition. This is the extrovert trying to adopt the introvert, isn't it? Yes, it is. 100%. See? There's still food. Then he handed it to me. But, wait! You want to eat that? It's clearly seen better days. You're going to get sick. Are you telling me you can survive on rotten vegetables? Of course I won't eat it. I just figured you were hardy enough to survive. What do you think I am? No, he's definitely a jerk. That or the resulting diarrhea might reduce your appetite. You're kidding, right? You cannot be serious. Anyway, we should bury that outside. Then we can go purchase some fresh supplies. I told you, I don't go outside. Then how do you... Huh? A visitor? Who could it be? Perfect timing. You're a servant. Make yourself useful and go retrieve the package. If it's not a delivery, but a wanderer, chase them off. What? Package? Master? Huh, hold on a second. What are you talking about? He's gone. What kind of delivery is he expecting? Do we have Amazon in 1099? What's going on here? Michel stood there, unmoving, veiled in shadow. He glanced over at me, then threw his gaze to the front door. At his command, I raised the bar, pulling open the door. After nearly 2 weeks inside, the light from the setting sun almost blinded me. The world went white, my head pounding. After a few moments of intense blinking, my eyes acclimated themselves to the evening sunlight. There was no one outside. Only a crate easily large enough to fit a small child. Is that the package? Master? I turned back to face Michel, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. Though it seemed more like he was avoiding the light than looking at me. He's starting to seem more and more like a vampire. Not that I believe in vampires, of course. Regardless, I pray there's nothing bad in here. That's heavy. Master? Can I get some help? Gee, thanks. I'm a servant, admittedly, but this is a lot for just one girl. A little help would sure be nice. Once inside, close the bar on the door. He said dispassionately, his head still turned towards the darkness. As you wish, Master. Once the door was shut, I found myself sucked back into a world of darkness. It hadn't even been 2 weeks. The lack of light was beginning to become my normal. The outside world was growing farther and farther away. Being holed up inside here is definitely not good for me. I should go out for a walk sometime. Maybe plant some flowers or some vegetables. Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe I can grow that old tangle of roots into some fresh parsnips. What else do we have to plant? It'd be great if there were some flower seeds. What are you doing? Open the box. Now. As you wish, Master. Oh, there's food inside? In the box was a burlap sack filled with berries, root vegetables, and smoked meats, as well as an assortment of breads, fruits, and wine. Aside from the fruit and bread, everything else was the same as what Michel kept in the cellar. Ah! And buried underneath the burlap sack was a single book. 1 book a month. He really hasn't gone outside in 10 years. It appears you've begun to grasp the situation. Yeah. But why? But why? This was delivered by someone from your house, Master, wasn't it? A servant, I assume. Why would they leave without saying anything? No one wants to talk to a cursed man. In the past, they would occasionally check in on me. That hasn't really happened recently. They think you're cursed. Ah, right. You don't believe in curses. Then come up with your own explanation. An excuse for them to want to stay away from me. That, for example, I killed someone. Or maybe that I'm insane. I couldn't. Also, this face. This face on Michel is like, what the heck? I couldn't. Regardless, I'm not normal. Bring the food down to the cellar. The book to the library. You are, of course, free to refuse and run back off into the woods. I'll do it. All right. Then you can take care of that. Hey. What is it? I just noticed there's something else in here. It's wrapped in cloth. What could it be? Oh, a painting. For you to hang up somewhere in the house, I presume? It's so dark, I can't see it very well. But I'm sure it's... Don't touch that. What? Michel, who had kept his distance from me until that point, suddenly marched over. Ah! And ripped the painting from my grasp. Master? His face was twisted into a look I had never seen him make before. Was it indignation? Disgust? Hatred? Panic? I couldn't tell. But there was more than enough negative pressure to cause me to flinch back. Is that painting perhaps something important? A landscape painting, he muttered under his breath, the tension melting away from his face. I was left looking at his usual blank, impenetrable expression. But his eyes were still fixed on the picture, staring at it unblinkingly. Why a landscape painting? Some kind of passive-aggressive message? It's not of anywhere nearby. Did they travel somewhere? Well, it's not of that girl, so that's an improvement. Master? Oh, you're still here. Still here? Of course I'm still here. Who do you think you asked to take care of the package? What's with you? Just running over here and snatching the painting from me. You scared me. Maybe you could explain yourself? What's so special about that painting? I don't believe that's any of your business. None of my. Of course it is. You ripped it out of my hands like I was some kind of thief. I have a right to know what this is all about. And maybe an apology while you're at it. You told me to open the box, so I did. And now all of a sudden you're angry? We are not equals. Do not mistake yourself for my friend. You have a right to know. You have no such thing. You don't have to be rude. I'll say it again. Leave if you don't like it here. I never asked you to be here. That was your wish. My wish? Are you out of your mind? I never asked for this. I never wished for it. Who in their right mind would want to be sent to some house in the middle of nowhere? Who would ever want to go through that? No, calm down, Giselle. You can't get angry. You're right. This is what I wanted. But I never wanted to make you mad, or for us to argue like this. I just wanted to get to know you better, to get closer to you. I mean, it would make things smoother for the both of us. It would make living together much more enjoyable for us. Listen carefully. This is very important for you to understand. Do not try to involve yourself with me. Do not go probing around for information. And if you can't do that, leave. I'm completely shut out. The glare he was giving me and the standoffish aura he was emanating were reflected in his voice and tone of voice. Why? Why did you try to push me away like that? It seemed Giselle really didn't know much about me. Despite being sent here from my house, she was unaware of the monthly deliveries, as well as the reason I live in this mansion all by myself. Why, though, would they not have told her anything? Why would they have sent her here completely in the dark? Giselle looked upon me, fear and bewilderment in her eyes, though I thought I could see a glint of suspicion beneath it all. Like her true feelings were bubbling to the surface. Everyone had darkness in them they kept hidden. No one was exactly who they appeared to be. She was undoubtedly thinking, I'm not here because I want to be here. I knew from the moment I first saw her that her bubbly, sweet effect was all a facade. Had she thought I was dense enough not to realize? She was no different than anyone else. What I didn't understand, though, was why she refused to leave no matter how hard I pushed. What was she hiding beneath that innocent-looking face? What was she thinking? What did she carry on her shoulders? Everyone is hiding something, deceiving those around them. I had to figure out what she really was. May I ask you something? Yes. On the day you arrived, you said you made a teeny tiny mistake while working at my family's house. Tell me about that. What did you do at the Bollinger estate? At that moment, brief though it was, her disposition wavered. Fear? Terror? No, perhaps anger. I couldn't tell. Nevertheless, it was abundantly clear that there was a subject she had no intention or no interest in me breaching. And so she bore her fangs. The smile she donned now was visibly forced. It's nothing you need to concern yourself with, Master. I promise. It was an insignificant little thing. Ah, the typical maid smile. Yes. Yes. She couldn't say. Why couldn't she tell me? What had she done there? What did this woman know about that house? What did she know about me? What was concealed beneath that smile of hers? I am the master of this house, and you are a servant. And still you refuse to tell me. Like I said, it's nothing. There's no reason to bother you. With mere servants' personal blunders, master. What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything. Then you should be able to tell me exactly what you did at the Bolognier estate. Like I said, tell me. Tell me. You won't tell me a thing about yourself. You demand others tell you about themselves? Here you are, practically threatening me. Demanding I tell you something I don't want to talk about. And yet you still haven't told me anything about the painting. Oh. So I was right. You do have something to hide. How many times must I repeat myself? We are not equals. I don't care if it's insignificant or something you don't want to talk about. What? I'm ordering you to tell me. A trifling blunder would not get someone sent to live in with a cursed man in a house spoken of so unfavorably. Whatever she had done at the Bolognier estate, that had something to do with why she was here. If she had truly done nothing, hadn't done anything, then she had something to gain from this place, or from me, possibly. And if that was the case, I had to get her to talk. And make me. Giselle's eyes were open wide. No, they are not. I recognized the look she was giving me. I knew very well what that gaze meant. You're an abomination. It was the same as them. The wide-eye squint technique, yep. A masterful technique. It was the same as them. Fear, contempt, revulsion, repulsion. The way she acted. The way she spoke. It was exactly the same. You're no different. I made her uncomfortable. I made her afraid. She thought I was unpleasant. She thought I was despicable. She thought I was an abomination. In a frenzy, I grabbed her by the shoulders, clamping down far more powerfully than I had meant to. Ow! Stop! Her face contorted in pain, morphed into someone else's. Who was I directing my anger at? Where was this rage being aimed? Who are you calling an abomination? What? Tell me, who? A black fervor bubbling up from within me knew no end. The girl, she had ridiculed me. She had denied my identity with her gaze. Couldn't escape from that phantom, that reality. What are? I never called you a... No, get away from me. Get your hands off me. Giselle's scream echoed in the entrance hall, rattling my eardrums. She frantically smacked my arms aside, and then I came back to my senses. She was standing a little ways away, breathing heavily, arms wrapped around her body, glowering at me. Showing her opposition to my touching her. Enlightening. No. You just, you startled me. That's all. Some servant you are, telling your master not to touch you. Right. You know. I'm allergic to people. It's very unique condition, I hear. I mean, can you believe that? See, you know how people get all red and itchy from when they touch a dog or a cat? It's that, except for people. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I beg your forgiveness. Why don't you speak your mind? What? This is what's going through your head right now. I have nothing to apologize for. No, that's not... I can somewhat sympathize with your plight. Be made to apologize even though you're hurting. I raised my hand against you first, after all. Then you forgive me? Sympathy doesn't equate to forgiveness. Now, you take care of the package. I'm heading back to my chambers. What is it? You're not going to make me leave after what I just did? No, I'm not. For it would seem I can make you leave on your own whenever I so please. Besides, I had yet to learn what she had done. It would be exceedingly difficult to get that story from her own mouth, which left me with one option: to write a letter to Mother. As much as the very thought revolted me. Several days had passed since the package arrived. The end of my 3rd week living at the mansion was drawing near. Michel wasn't getting any friendlier either. He continued to either snub or bluntly dismiss me whenever we crossed paths. I didn't understand why he acted that way around me. But there was little point in asking when he seemed to think there was little point in talking to me at all. Although at first, I had been sure there was some way to get him to warm up to me. The more time I spent at the mansion, the more my willpower began to feel like it was at its breaking point. I could tell myself to stay positive until I was blue in the face, but it would only work for so long. The one pretty place in the whole house I'm glad he hasn't covered it back up. Blue moonlight shone quietly through the stained glass window, faintly illuminating some of the room. I hadn't noticed until now, but the room with the stained glass window appeared to be modeled after a chapel. Rows of pews faced the window, below which sat what used to be a pivot. Sorry. Gotta take another sip of water. Thank you for the hydrate, Umgak. I appreciate it. There was very little left of it, though, and an awkward length of silver was mounted to the front face. What was, I assumed, formerly a cross. Upon further reflection, rather than facing the windows, the pews seemed to be pointing to the pulpit. Or perhaps the cross hanging on the front? I wasn't sure why there would be a chapel in a mansion, but I had no one to ask about it. For a house of this size, a statue of Christ or the Virgin Mary seems more appropriate. A very well made chapel at any rate. I doubt Michel had built it for himself. There would be no reason for him to cover the windows if that was the case. Nor had I ever seen him come to pray. He doesn't seem like one to believe in God. I'm not even sure if God really existed, then surely the world would be a much more pleasant, peaceful place. No unfair disparities in money or power. No senseless misfortune. I certainly wouldn't have found myself here either. But God was evidently quite fond of giving mankind trials, so he would probably be telling me with a straight face that this was one too. Or perhaps we simply had a false impression of him. And he didn't actually give us anything. He merely sat back and watched from somewhere far, far away. It wasn't his job to bring peace to the world or ensure our laws were fair. That was mankind's responsibility. What is God? What are angels? I have no idea. Maybe the Bible has answers? Why should I pray to someone so far away? How do I know my prayers are even getting there? But still, not like I have any other options. Don't you worry. It'll all work out. I promise. I already know where I'm going to work. It's a really prominent noble house. Way out of reach of all the small-time merchants like us. You never know. This could be my big break. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't look so worried. I'll be just fine. Honestly. I'll make enough money for us to get back on our feet. Oh, for goodness sake, I can handle it. Leave everything to me. You just wait. I'll make our family into something you can be proud of. I'll be fine. Yeah. Say bye to Mom for me. I probably won't be home for a while. What? You think I'm going to make some careless mistake? I'm not that airheaded. I can be a refined and elegant young lady. Those nobles won't even know what to believe anymore. If you don't believe me, how about I give you a little taste? Ahem. How are you doing this fine morning, master? Your morning beverage is ready, prepared with the utmost care. See? How about that? Not bad, huh? What? You think that sounded forced? I was the daughter of a merchant who ran a shop in the capital's main street. My father had passed away in a plague. It was just me, my mother, and my older sister. It would be a lie to say the business was doing well. We struggled to squeak by day to day after taxes. But we couldn't just abandon the shop and leave the capital either. So we tried to make the best of what we were able to take in between the three of us. Then, my sister fell in love with a moderately well-off aristocrat. Both my mom and I were supportive of her and her desire to marry. But their union almost fell apart because she was not suitable for him. Merchants were hardly the lowest class, but what we lacked instead was wealth. We needed another source of money beyond what the shop took in. If only we had the money, my sister could get married. If only we had the money, my mom wouldn't have to work so hard. If only we had the money. It was then that someone from the distinguished Bolognier estate approached me. He said that they were in need of Abigails and would love to have me. He said if I agreed to work with them, the Bologniers estate would take care of my family. Generally speaking, noble houses took Abigails from each other, other lower-ranked noble houses. It was unthinkable for someone of my status to receive such an offer. So I took it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance and accepted the offer. I just pray nothing bad happens to my sister. That my mom is getting enough money to live comfortably. That's all I can do. They're nobility. They have plenty of money. And enough to spare some. The light shining through the stained glass window began to grow murky, fading into blackness. It felt like a message from on high. No, my prayers would not be answered. The bluish white illumination began slowly to shining down upon me, disappeared as clouds blocked the moon. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a sullied woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. They're nobility. They have plenty of money. Enough to spare some. Oh, come on. You don't even want to look at a sullied woman like me? Oh, for heaven's sake. I never asked to end up like this. Giselle was sitting at one of the pews in the room with the stained glass window. Yeah, I did. Just from the opposite perspective. So now we're Michelle. Just looking at her, you might have thought she was offering a prayer, but the words coming from her mouth were anything but prayerful. They were filled with resentment. They have plenty of money, a sullied woman. And then, I never asked to end up like this. So this is what's beneath that facade. Most likely money's what she's after. All I need you to do now is to confirm my suspicion with them. Just what awful secret will I uncover? I gave Giselle, sitting in the pew with her head drooped, a cursory glance before leaving the chapel. I had somewhere else to be. The bitterly cold outside air felt like a dozen needles flowing into my lungs. It had been so long since I stepped beyond the mansion's walls. A thick mist canopied the night sky, blocking out the moonlight. Naturally, the heavens did not rejoice at my leaving the house. It had been 10 years since I had left, that I'd seen the mansion from the outside, and it hadn't changed one bit. A gloomy scar upon the earth, shrouded in darkness. Hardly the kind of place someone would enthusiastically approach. Nevertheless, it was better than that house. Yes. Who is it? Michel. What? Michel Bonnier? Just one moment. I'll be right there. Come in. It's a humble abode, but make yourself at home. Wow, I must say, this is rather unexpected. Just one word, and I would have been there in a heartbeat. And how was I supposed to do that? I am regrettably fresh out of carrier pigeons. Right. Yes. My apologies. This man, living in a small cottage not far from the mansion, had been hired by the Bonnier family. His job? To watch over me. That said, we had never actually interacted. He was tasked with keeping track of whether I was still alive, or whether I remained in the mansion. The monthly package from my family was also delivered to him, which he then passed on to me. It was insipidly convoluted, but it was indicative of how much they wanted to avoid anyone learning about me. Well then, what can I do for you? The manservant was visibly rattled. Afraid, too. But not because of the difference in our social ranks. I had a pretty good idea of what he'd been told about me. He was afraid of me. Or more specifically, my curse. People fear which that they cannot comprehend. Not just children, adults as well. They fear demons, witches, and curses. Anything impure and not of this world. I had long since gotten used to being viewed as such. It didn't sadden me. It didn't disappoint me. It didn't pain me. Some things were too foolish to concern yourself over. Though it certainly didn't make me feel good either. I was, on some level, annoyed. That woman's appearance at the mansion had created ripples in my once tranquil life. So, before I got into the real reason for my visit, I decided to take out a bit of my frustration. Raise your head. There's no need to be afraid. I don't know what you've been told, but I promise I don't bite. How rude of me. You're right. My sincerest apologies. Your job is to keep watch over me. It's the mere sight of me. If the mere sight of me has you trembling, what will you do if I try to run? I'd have little trouble escaping. That would be quite unfortunate. What would I ever tell your mother? I'm not sure that would end well at all. You could lose everything you've been paid so far. In fact, you might get lucky to get out with your life. Surely your mother wouldn't not. You are aware who you're dealing with, right? Michel, the cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, who made a pact with the devil. I don't need to blade to take your life. You wouldn't even make it back to report anything. Have mercy, Lord Michel. Please do not leave the mansion. Please spare me. Only joking. But I don't have the power to kill you by the way of a curse. The man fell silent. The look on his face said, "You are cursed, though, aren't you?" Once someone's got an idea planted in their head, it's nigh impossible to get rid of it. No worries, Imgak. Thank you so much for stopping by. Get a good night's sleep. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I am so cursed that anyone could see it. That I need to be locked away in a dark mansion. I'm here because I have a question for you. Not to warn you that I plan to run away. A question? For me. Yes. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a black-haired woman came to the mansion. Tell me what you know about her. I was told there would be an Abigail coming, but that was all. I don't know anything else about her. I swear, that's all I know. I haven't been told anything else. I believe you. I never thought they would tell you anything. Right. You've been hired to observe me, but that was all. A hired hand. You wouldn't be privy to the Bollinger family's internal affairs. Take this. A letter? I need you to deliver this to my mother. You could have just left it in the box from this month's package, and I would have collected it when I drop off the next one. I'm in urgent need of information. Will you do this for me? Yes. Why, yes, absolutely. I'll fetch a delivery boy tomorrow morning. Much appreciated. Good night. You too. Do take care. Lord Michel. Yes? Is it true that you don't have... Would you like me to sew your mouth shut so you never open it again? Not at all. My sincerest apologies, Lord Michel. That was so horribly disrespectful. Good night. First, I most certainly am. My mother's response arrived just 10 days later. My delivery boy must have pushed his horse quite hard. It was almost exactly a month after Giselle moved into the mansion. And shortly thereafter, on a bone-chilling night, everything came crashing down. The rift between us grew deeper, and the wall between us impossibly high. When I lay bare, the scars in her chest, and mercilessly plunged my knife into them. How did we get to this point? I hate everything. My spirits are getting darker and darker, like they were slowly sinking into a deep morass. I had been at the mansion for a month, and every day since felt twice as long as it should have. I had been optimistic at first. I'd even had a little hope that me and Michel would get along together. But it hadn't taken long for that hope to be shattered. The cheer locked away inside me. We lived in the same house, but we never spoke anymore. On the few occasions we did cross paths, he would just give me a cold stare and nothing more. Scorn and suspicion in his eyes. Whenever he looked at me like that, I felt as though my throat was being constricted, like I was deep underwater and running out of air. Like my very presence in this world was a crime. I never would have imagined just how agonizing constant rejection was. I started despising others, despising myself, despising the world. Convinced there was no one who would set me free. Good morning, Amaya. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hello, hello. I hope you are doing well. We are in chapter 5. No worries. Thank you so much for stopping in. Yeah, chapter 5. I considered running away from everything, rather than live like this another day, but I would have done so long ago, if that were actually an option. If they had found out I fled, that I acted outside their wishes, Mom and sister would pay. I had succeeded in allowing my sister to get married and my mom to live comfortably. I had given them happiness. I couldn't take that away from them again. Not after what I had to go through to do it. No, cut that out. Getting way too depressing, Giselle. Pull yourself together. This is not who you are. Be positive. The negativity didn't only come from my interactions with Michel either. No, there seemed to be some kind of terrible presence within the mansion that twisted people's hearts. mansion, in fact, was a bit of a local legend, which I had been informed about before being sent here. People claimed it was cursed, and that an evil witch had lived in it for many, many years. Michel joked that he was the witch, but I didn't believe him. I'm usually not one to believe in magic or curses at all, but being here so long, I can't help but wonder. Anyway, things can't go on like this. If I was to remain in this house, the situation needed to improve. A lot. I was going to lose my mind if things kept as they were. I was ready to give up once. I'm going to try and close the distance between us again. If I could get him to open up even the tiniest bit, then maybe that would make living here a lot easier. I wasn't going to try and make him best friends or anything. Just repair our relationship enough that being around each other wasn't torturous. I've got my work cut out for me. How do I begin that conversation? Heck, what is the conversation even going to be about? Maybe I should hold off. Do another day. No. I've made up my mind to do this. So I should get to it quickly. The longer I wait, the worse things are going to get. And eventually, there won't be any fixing anything. We need to talk. We need to be in the same room for more than 10 seconds. And we need to get to know each other. He needs to know that he's not the reason I have something to hide. Okay. Let's do this. I made my way to Michel's chambers, which he told me to stay away from. My stride was slow and ponderous, but at least I did my best to keep some semblance of a smile on my face. This is one time where I'd really like to have someone give me a little nudge. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. Pardon, Master? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Master? I guess he's not in here. The door wasn't locked. As was the rest of his house, his room was shrouded in darkness. The only light came from a candle in my hand. Master, are you there? Guess I missed him. It's probably best that I don't stick around for long. He's already got a less than stellar impression of me. I don't want to imagine what'll happen if he thinks I've been snooping in his room. Yeah, I should get out of here. I spun around on my heels, taking a step toward the door, when I caught a sight of an object draped in a black sheet. I knew I had to get out of there as quickly as possible, but I was intrigued by that object. Something he kept in his room I was forbidden to enter. Maybe it was a clue on discovering Michel's secrets. I reached out my hand towards the object, and good and well I shouldn't. Was it because I wanted to learn more about him? Was it because I wanted to tear down that veil he hid behind? Or was it the whispers of the witch? Just want to check something. I don't think we missed anything. No. What do we have here? I pulled off the sheet, revealing a framed painting of what appeared to be a noblewoman with porcelain white skin. What stood out about her, though, was that the woman's hair was as pale as her skin. And then... What? I noticed something else. Wide gashes through the canvas, damaging her face beyond repair. What the... I imagined it once had been a painting of a beautiful woman, but there was hardly a trace of that left. The only feeling it inspired anymore was a deep chill. This damage was not accidental. It was deliberate and angry, and the contempt emanating from within the frame was stifling. Thick, suffocating blackness seeped into me. Why would anyone? She was surely the most beautiful woman. Angelic, even. A storm of questions assaulted me. Who was she? Why had her face been carved up? Why had the painting been covered? What had happened? Who could have... There's only one person who could have done this. Michel. Why on earth? You saw it, didn't you? You saw the painting, didn't you? You entered my room without permission, and you saw the painting, didn't you? Angelic, you say? There's nothing angelic about that damned woman. I scrambled to make some excuse, but nothing came out of my mouth. All I could do was tremble. Hold on. It's such a cool art. It's such cool art. Why did you enter my chambers? Michel. What were you looking for? Answer me. My mouth couldn't move properly. I couldn't make my voice come out. It's like I wasn't even in my body anymore. The wisps of the air that were drawn into my lungs were expelled as hoarse gasps. My breaths were shallow and rapid. I was inhaling, but I wasn't getting any air. I was terrified. Terrified. Of his eyes, of his voice, of his feeling, of the knife he was holding up to me. Of the terrible past I was chained to. The man's voice, the man's very flesh, terrified me. What were you trying to find? And what were you planning to do with it? Answer me. Another thing you refuse to tell me, then? No, I'm trying. Nothing's coming out of my mouth, though. Everything's so bright. I can't catch my breath. Can't breathe. That's fine, though. You don't have to tell me. I have a pretty good idea. An idea? What do you mean? Money is what brought you to the Bollinger estate. And it's what brought you to me, too. There are countless people who would love to see that house fall. And a noble family fears nothing more than disrepute.
Hold on, I have my voice. Hold on, owie.
I don't know why the Michel voice hurts my voice so much. It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. Yeah. The Michel voice shouldn't hurt my voice, but it does. I don't know how or why, but it does. Thank you for the hydrate. I really appreciate it. You were, I presume, approached by someone scheming the Bollinger's downfall. No. And it just so happens, the Bolligners have a very unfortunate secret. One that they're quite desperate to keep under wraps. Me. Someone suspected I might still be alive, so they sent you to dig up information about me. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family. Michel, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead, but is very much alive. You sweet-talked your way into that house, and into information about me and my present situation. And you meant to trade that information for money. I bet whoever put you up to it, whoever it was, put quite a handsome price on it too. Or maybe the one plotting to ruin the Bollinger family is you. No! No, that's not true. Then enlighten me. Please, hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way. Then tell me. If that is not the reason you wormed your way into the Bollinger estate, and that's not what you're doing here, then tell me what is. Tell me why you came to this mansion. You want me to tell you about that? No way. That's asking way too much. Tell me. I swear, I haven't done anything wrong to you. I simply wanted to make our lives together a little more comfortable. To bring some warmth to this relationship we have. This frigid relationship we have. It's the only reason I wanted to find out more about you. I must assume I'm right then, Giselle. I must tell him he's wrong. I must tell him I mean no harm. I can't say anything. A merchant's daughter became an Abigail at a noble house. Could you come up with a more obvious lie? You're Your father's the one who... Wait. How does he know that I'm from a merchant family? You look perplexed. I may be imprisoned in this house, not free to move as I please. But I have my ways. Hello, Cersei. Hello. Happy Easter. Yes. I hope you are doing well, Cersei. Good to see you. I feel like this reminder might be prudent. Yes. Well, we can't really see it right now, so we might be okay. But yes, thank you, Kane. I appreciate it. I know everything. Everything? Then he knows about that too. Oh yes, I do know. Please don't. In your quest for money, don't say it. You slept with my father. In that moment, Michel plunged his knife into my heart. He carved through my chest with those words, causing me to completely lose control of myself. In a panicked frenzy, and probably screaming all the way, I knocked the man aside and ran, and ran, and ran. I could hear a clap of thunder in the distance. Oh, how I wished a bolt of lightning would come crashing down upon me. Maybe if God burned my tainted flesh with a divine thunderbolt, it might get rid of some of this filth. But the jagged streaks of light cascaded across the dark clouds did not strike me, only creating a restless grumbles in the sky. Why? I knew if I fled that mansion, I would likely be causing trouble for my mom and sister. I was helpless to stop myself. All I could do was run from all that threatened me with no regard for the consequences. Before long, small droplets of rain began falling, which soon grew heavy enough to penetrate the forest canopy that reached the ground where I stood. The downpour drowned out my tears and cries, because I had rushed from the mansion without even putting on a cloak. Each cold winter droplet stung bitterly against my flesh. But the bite of the rain was like a warm embrace compared to what I've been through before. Michel had spoken the truth. As much as I wanted to deny it, to avert my eyes, reality was forever ingrained in this body. No, I don't want to think about it. But I had no say in the matter. Get out of my head! If the trigger warnings were not present now, I would say put them again in chat, but we are good. Antonin. Come over here, Giselle. Okay. May I ask why you asked me here so late at night, Master? Oh, I just wanted to have a little chat. Care for some wine? Come closer and I'll pour you a glass. I had this wine imported from up north. They use very hard water and like it a little tart, so it leaves quite the lasting impression on your tongue. And yet it goes down so easily, you just can't seem to stop. What do you say? Have a sip. Or does your expertise as a trader allow you to evaluate a wine's quality without tasting it? No, but, please, Giselle, don't trample all over my good graces. Very well then. I will have a sip, Master, but no more. Have you ever considered growing out your hair? Having long hair made it quite difficult to do my job. You are not a merchant anymore, though. You deserve to look like the woman you truly are. I have no doubt longer hair would accentuate your natural beauty. It's a gorgeous shade of black. So deep a man could get lost in it for years. It would contrast the color of your skin fabulously. Highlight your eyes, your cheekbones, your nape, your shoulders, and your chest. I should get going. Oh, but we're not done talking yet. I would not want a lack of sleep to interfere with my ability to work tomorrow. Thank you very much for the wine. It was delicious. Huh? No need to be so cold-hearted now. From the moment I first laid eyes on you. Master? That's enough fooling around for one night. Now, don't be afraid. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. Yeah, thank you for putting that in there again. Yeah. Thank you. Oh. Shh. Hold on. One second. I'm trying to decide if I want to read this or not, to be fair. I don't know if I feel comfortable reading this. We might just, we'll just slowly click through this to get it off the screen. Ooh. Yep, and there goes the music. Yeah, this is, yep. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just. Yeah, I don't know why he can be so cruel. Oh, this part always makes me cringe. Yeah, the mother is saving face, right? So he doesn't actually know this, I think. If I remember correctly, he doesn't know this. He thinks what his mother said, that Giselle slept with his dad, was true. So. Yeah. I'm literally hiding in my sweater right now. I'm literally hiding my face in my sweater. But I didn't get to choose my hell. I hate that phrasing. It's so poignant. It's so, yeah. Oh. You don't get to say this, sir. I don't know. It was just the first thing that came to mind. Mm-hmm. Mhm. That's why I was afraid of knives. I don't know where the upside down one is. So yeah, she's afraid of knives because of Michel's father, and now Michel is threatening her with a knife. Yay, we love that. That's why I was afraid of men shouting. I wasn't even sure what to regret anymore. I was in far too deep. There was no turning back the clock. I even considered taking my own life on more than one occasion. But every time that thought crossed my mind, happy memories came with it. Back when it was just the three of us girls in the shop. Life may not have been easy, but it was never dull either. Didn't want to end my life at its absolute lowest point. I wanted, if just temporarily, to go back to the way things were back then. That objective was the only thing that kept me going. When I was in his presence, I tried to merely convince myself that I was merely an object. I had no emotions, so he couldn't hurt me. I was merely a vessel. A construct of flesh and bone. His hands couldn't reach my heart. Or it was not connected to my body. Doing that made it a little easier to bear. But the reality was, it was impossible to completely sever my heart from my body. You're Giselle, aren't you? One day, the mistress of the estate stopped me in the halls. She had supposedly once been quite beautiful, but now she was only haggard and bony. Her skin dry, her eyes sunken, her hair faded and stripped of its luster, her head down, her lips cracked, barely moving as she spoke. Age didn't appear to be the only thing working its merciless magic on her either. There seemed to be something eating away at her from the inside, too. Something that could burst at the lightest touch. Yes, I am Giselle. Is there something I can do for you? No. Welcome back, Marky. No. We do not compare ourselves to Michel's parents at all, please. Please, no one compare yourself to Michel's parents. No, it's all good. If anything, thank you for lightening the mood after what we just went through. I appreciate it. Oh, that was heavy. The mistress rarely ever left her chambers. I've been told it's been many years since she attended family supper. Thank you for the head pats and the hydrate, Marky. I appreciate it. And a posture check. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Eep. Owie.
And goodbye, Marky. Thank you for the birds, yikes. Thank you for the birds, yikes. Double hydrate? No. Was there a double hydrate? No, it was a head pats, hydrate, posture check. Right? Mm-hmm. What would bring her to come looking for someone like me? Something you... What? I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the answer. You're having relations with my husband, aren't you? You are, aren't you? Madam. You wretched creature. She was telling me the truth. One of my trusty maids caught a glimpse of you through the crack in the door. She saw you with him, you filthy rat. You seduced my husband. Ah, you devil, you conniving witch. You don't get it, do you? You don't realize how grievous your sin is, do you? Someone, anyone, restrain this girl. She's a demon, a devil. Tie her up and hand her over to the clergy. No, that won't be enough. A witch. You have to burn her bones, scatter the ashes, or she'll come back to life. Yes, yes, execute her. Kill this woman. Burn the witch. Seize the piece she's stolen from me. Cursed. It's cursed. This house is cursed. Not only has it taken away my daughter, but it's trying to take away my husband. Oh God, please shine thy cleansing light upon this house. I knew it'd be a waste of breath trying to talk to her. She was not sound of mind. It should take away her husband, not gonna lie. Yes. Yes, the husband is no good, so the husband can go. Can we kick the husband out instead? Please and thank you. There was madness in her eyes. I didn't even have to make a fuss about it. It happened all on its own. If there's no way around it, then I should have just done it myself after the first time. I didn't have the energy to argue with her, or to cry, or to shout. Before long, a crowd had begun to form around me and the sobbing mistress. And in it stood him. I assumed he would just stand back and watch. But much to my surprise, he stepped in. With an embarrassed look on his face, to try and settle his wife down and convince her to not have me executed. Maybe he did have a heart after all. Or maybe he just wanted to save face. Regardless, instead of being burned at the stake, it was decided that I'd be sent away to some remote forest. one of the previous Bollinger heads had purchased a mansion there long ago, but it had been abandoned because of the stories people told about it. They said a cursed witch dwelled within the house. She returned to life after being executed, and now skulks around in its darkness. It was the perfect place to banish a sinner. And so, accused of adultery, I was in a carriage on my way out to the capital the next day. I hope my mom and sister are all right. The two of them will believe in me, even if no one else does. The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Just a silent coachman and his single, sullied passenger. Looking out through the window, I could see the city walls slowly fading into the distance behind us. I doubted I would ever set foot in that land again. Ever cross the Grand Pont again. It was a saddening reality. At the same time, I felt a sudden urge of relief. I had finally escaped that house. I finally escaped from that man. The sense of freedom slightly lessened the weight of everything else I was feeling. Until now. After a good while after we left the capital, the coachman handed me a letter. The sheet of parchment was a rather startling revelation. There was someone already someone else living at the house where I was to reside. The Bollignere's youngest child. But the letter didn't say why he'd been sent out to this cursed mansion, only that he was there. Beyond that, the letter made only a single request: that I look after him and not ask any questions. Giselle, you failed immediately. You asked questions immediately. So I'm not just being sent off to the middle of nowhere. I still have work to do. If I look after whoever's at that mansion, then they'll do the same for my family. I don't have much say in the matter either way, I suppose. The carriage rattled and shook as it traversed the stony path, and bouncing around inside it. I resolved to take back my life. The peace I had once known. The cheerfulness I had lost. To do so, I would forget. Lock away my memories. Bury every terrible thing that had happened to me. Cast aside those memories and find my smile once more. I have no idea who I'm going to find there. They could possibly do anything worse to me. I'll greet them with a smile and do my best to build a decent relationship with them. I figured since both of us had been banished to the same cursed mansion, there was probably some other things we had in common. And so, I would forget it all and get my life back. Get my smile back. And that was everything that led up to me arriving at the mansion. All the wounds I had never wanted to open again. I didn't want to think about that. I've been trying so hard to forget about it. I wanted to forget all about it. So why? Why did you have to make me remember? All I did was believe. Believe that we could make things work. Why? How could you? God, I can't take this anymore. Once the memories had broken free, they all flooded back with perfect clarity. Oh. Banishment friends, yes. Banishment friends. We wish that was the case. Exactly how he ran his hands across me. Exactly where he had hit me, where he had cut me. Like I was going through it again, this very moment. The rain was cooling me down on the outside, but so much nauseating heat had begun to build in my gut. I vomited all over the ground. I threw up, and I threw up, and I threw up until there was nothing left but bile. And when I had nothing left to expel, strength evacuated from my knees, and I collapsed. I didn't know if everything was blurry because of the rain, or because my eyes had decided they were done looking at anything. The whole world twisted before me. Michel's no different. My attempts to get closer to him, to always keep a smile on, was all a waste. The look in his eyes was terrifying. Like he didn't believe in anything at all. They probably wouldn't have believed me if I had told him the truth. If I convinced him I had an ulterior motive, probably no changing his mind. Or if he was convinced I had no ulterior motive. Such cold rain. If I lie down here and go to sleep, I wonder if all the warmth will eventually drain from my body. And then I'll decompose and become part of the earth. You know, that might actually be nice. I'd like that. I always thought I didn't want to die. But I wanted to go back to the way things were. But who cares anymore? I did my best after all. And that still got me nowhere. Cheerful Giselle was all just a farce. When I'm dead, all my worry for mom and sister will fade away with me. Oh God. I doubt you have a place for me on high. I am, after all, an unclean woman. I have given up on living altogether. But even if I can't get into heaven, that's okay. I want release. The rain pitter-pattered down through the leaves overhead, chilling my skin. The cold spread through my flesh and into my bones, my heart, and lungs and stomach, freezing me like a block of ice. My consciousness drifted away from me, and the world slipped through my fingers. More than fear, I felt relief. Utter black. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. I am, even now, putting her through a harrowing experience. Digging up the memories she'd locked away, the past she wanted to pretend never happened, and laying it all out before her once more. But I must get her back to who she once was, even if it means forcing her to endure this. She must remember everything, because I need to know. Why did she become the maid? What secrets does this house hold? You're Michel. Yes, my name is Michel. I am not the white-haired girl. The person you were searching for was the man who once hurt you so deeply. Me. Why? What was her why referring to? Why I hurt her? Or why am I here? Or perhaps, why didn't I show up until now? Not having an answer for her, I clench her hand in mine. I wonder, were her hands this cold that night too? There's still more we need to see though. And it's still too soon for me to apologize. When she's gotten everything back, only then can I. Once she's reclaimed herself, that is when I must tell her. Now, let us return to our past. Our story has only just begun. No matter what we thought or what we had desired, no matter what we lost or how much pain we suffered, we must not shut this door. Perfect darkness embraces us once more. I can see nothing, not even the woman standing beside me. But I shall not let go of her hand. I do not want her to slip away from me. I do not want to lose her. Huh? Stay with me. Are you all right? Huh? Oh, thank goodness you're awake. How's your head? Can you see me? What? You had me scared silly there. Thought I might have lost you for good. I'm really glad you're alive. Where am I? And who is this man? What was I doing? You feeling up for any food? I can whip up some porridge for you real quick. Ah, I was in the forest. It was raining. Before that, I was at the mansion. I feel sick. Like there's something in my stomach. No, thank you. I don't want anything. You really should have something. You need to keep up your energy. Unless you want to conk out again in an hour. Sounds good to me. I'd rather never wake up at all. You're not in the highest spirits either, it seems. All the more reason to get something warm in you. Please, have something. I've got some milk on the fire. I bet you can handle a cup of that. You start losing all hope once the cold gets that deep in you, reaches down to your core. Take my word, please. Just one sip. You'll feel like a whole new gal. Heart-wrenching, pleasant aroma wafted with the steam from the wooden cup. Succumbing to the sweet smell, I lifted the cup to my lips for just one sip, and the warmth that spread through me brought tears to my eyes. Perhaps there really was kindness in the world. A ripple spread through the surface of the milk. I heard a gentle sigh from the man beside me. After which, he said with a smile, "You should take it easy for the day." I had lost the willpower to think about anything. I didn't care about what had happened to me or why I was here, who he was or where this was. I spent the whole day in bed, just watching the sun slowly slide across the wooden floor. Felt like I was somewhere far, far away. At times, I felt like a lost child, and at times like a sickly old woman on her deathbed. Watching the sun travel gave me a renewed awareness of the passage of time, and the fact that each moment that went by was another moment I was alive. I realized then that it had been a while since I had gotten more than a brief glimpse of any sunlight. It almost surprised me how colorful the world seemed beneath the sun's light, something I didn't get much of in the mansion. Only after losing something do you realize how much you need it. Warm milk, the light shining through the window, and a bed that smelled like springtime. Those three things, my heart slowly began to defrost, and I started to regain my willpower to stand on my own 2 feet. Thank you for everything. You sure you're in any shape to be on your feet? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. You looked pretty beat up to me. But you look a lot better now. And you're talking a lot more clearly than before. You've been very generous, despite never having met me before. And for that, you have my deepest gratitude. Without your help, I would no longer be in this world. I don't deserve your thanks. You are alive because God's guidance made it so. No. Take the gratitude, sir. Take the gratitude. God? I came across you early this morning when I was heading into the forest to hunt. Imagine my surprise seeing a young lady like you on the ground in my path. On the ground in my path. What were you doing in the forest? You don't have to tell me if you'd rather not. Everyone's got their own share of personal problems. You're not going to demand that I talk? I have no reason to force you to do anything. You look like you've been to hell and back. What? I could tell just by looking at you. Now then, do you have somewhere you can go? Somewhere to go? Of course I don't. I can't go back to the capital or the mansion. If not, then why don't you stay here? Here? Sure, it's a small village. We're self-sufficient, and we're all able to help each other out. No tax-hungry lords know we built the place up either. So we keep everything we make. We're pretty remote as a result, and the harvest isn't fantastic, but I'm sure you'll find it comfortable here. The rest of the villagers will be glad to have you. What do you say? Sorry, Mom. What I'm about to do might make the rest of the family's life more difficult. But I don't want to have to feel any more pain. If I really wouldn't be inconveniencing you, if it's really okay, then yes, I would like to stay here. That's great to hear. I was loath to send you back out there in your current condition. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? Oh no, okay. I can't remember how to pronounce this guy's name. And its accents, oh no. Amadi? Amadi. Amade? Amadi. I don't know. We'll say Amadi. Amadi. Name's Amadi. Just one lowly villager of many. I'm Giselle. Giselle. That's a beautiful name. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a vacant house. Clean it up and you can call it home. I couldn't possibly ask for that. I doubt others would like it if I just took a house for myself. That shouldn't be any issue. I'm the village's representative, more or less. Representative? Like the chief? Only in name, though. As I mentioned, we're not on any lord's map, so I don't have much representing to do. The only reason I ended up in charge is because I'm a little bit more educated than others. It was a long time ago, but I was an understudy with a priest. Because of that, I am familiar with the Bible's teachings. So rather than a chief, the people of the village look at me as more like a priest. Wouldn't be much fun if the church found out about that, though. They're liable to think I'm acting unordained. Then you believe in God? That's quite the question. Of course God exists. He's always watching over us. That's why you've survived. Because he protected you. I understand that your faith can waver when you're going through times of tribulation. Those are times when it's most important to keep sight of who you are. Right. Now, you get some rest. Tomorrow I'll show you around the village. Thank you. I truly mean it. I really, sincerely appreciate everything. Don't mention it, Giselle. This is your village now, too. So you don't need to act like a stranger anymore. Okay. So, he's Amadi. He seems like a nice man. Maybe here, I can live in peace. It'll be all right, I'm sure. Yeah. I wasn't silly enough to believe my life would be perfect. I found a tiny fragment of my lost hope. While I had been once ready to give up on absolutely everything, I was starting to feel like I might be able to smile again. Eventually. Like I might be able to get back on my feet. And in order to do that, I had to cast aside my past once more. Forget everything that had happened at the Bollinger estate. Everything that had happened at the mansion. Forget about Michel. There was one... Hold on. Sorry, had to take another sip. There was one reeling curiosity, though, that I couldn't shake. Something that he had said before I left. My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family. Michel, who made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead, is very much alive. What had he meant by that? Why would people think he was dead? No, I don't care about Michel one bit. Forget it. Forget everything. But can you, Giselle? Can you really? The house was, as it had always been, wrapped in a thick silence. Giselle's shadow, which had been lurking in the halls for about a month, was nowhere to be found. She hadn't come back since running off that day. My secret was still safe. Her efforts had, in the end, all been for naught. Back to the way things were. But despite my mind telling me that it was for the best, I felt a kind of guilt seething in the back of my chest. And any attempts to figure out why only made it worse. But the look on her face then. Please, hear me out. I don't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you any harm in any way. Was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? She was screaming, though. And she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. I'm not falling for any of it. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Be quiet. Sorry. I'm like, you said be quiet and no one had talked. I need to check. I need to check the dialogue. Silence, please. My head was pounding beyond belief. Couldn't stand anything. This world, the creature I was, the witches whispering. The archangel looking down upon me seemed to be cackling from somewhere far out of reach. So for whatever it was worth to escape from his gaze. I once again drew the drapes over the stained glass window. it's someone new. Hey, where are you from? You gonna be here long? Are you? We hardly ever get visitors here, so they're downright awestruck by you. You'll be getting a lot of attention for a little bit, but please don't let it get to you. No, that's just fine. I'll do my best to get along with everyone. You've got a spark in you that wasn't there yesterday. Anything in particular that cheered you up? In particular? Once I decided I was going to stay here, I just sort of started feeling better about things. And I figured I couldn't stay gloomy forever. Yes, you can. I would know. I see. Glad to hear it. It's all thanks to you, Amity. See, this as much as you protest, Kane, this is why Marky and I get along. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Keep thanking me like that and my cheeks might let me try that again. Keep thanking me like that and my cheeks might get stuck red. That's where I'm sending y'all to group therapy. Yep. Make it a double session. No, it's like a quadruple session, isn't it? There's a couple of us that need to go. It's fine. No, like 2 after that, please. In any event, I said I'd show you around yesterday, so how about we do that? Get one session and then the next one right after. Oh no. Lead the way. That said, we're a modest little village of about 100. Everyone knows everyone. For that size, it looks pretty big to me. Amity taking the lead, we walk through the village, passing by crop fields and milk cows, presumably shared among villagers. The houses were scattered across the area that seemed far too large for only 100 people. Actually, getting a better look at it, the buildings were dilapidated, looking more like ruins than residences. Once upon a time, this was a city rather than a village. When your ancestors lived here? Oh no, we were drifters fortunate enough to come across some decent-looking land, so we stuck around. How did you know what it looked like before then? There are a few stone tablets left behind, and based on what we were able to extract from the texts, this area used to be a large city with booming economy rivaling that of the capital. There weren't hundreds, but thousands of people bustling about. Merchants came from afar in droves. It's much like the capital is now. Actually, this area was more open to foreigners. All people of all different races speaking so many different languages. It was evidently quite the sight and the sound. I had no idea there was a city here. That's what happened when a place is wiped from history. I couldn't tell you how reliable those tablets are. But if you take them at their word, The city lost everything in just a single week. What? People, crops, livestock, all dead. Maybe it was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague. I can't say for sure. This is what the tablet said, though. We have been cursed by the witch. Cursed by the witch? Look over here. You see that river? There used to be a magnificent bridge crossing it, but there's hardly any left of it. If you continue along the path beyond the fallen bridge, there's a forest. That's where I found you. Deeper parts of that forest are so dense, you can't see anything but tree trunks and leaves. It's an eerie place, wrapped in a cloud of darkness. If you make it through, there's a mansion, which is said to be cursed. The witch who supposedly destroyed the city lives deep within the house within that forest. She's been there for years and years, and she casts her curse upon anyone who goes near it. The city was so large that the mansion was actually in its borders. My guess is the bridge was built to mark the road leading to it. Now, as you can see, the bridge is gone, and the houses are still standing or practically in ruins. But the mansion alone looks like it did just back then. The witch living in the mansion goes by the name Morgana. According to the records, someone by the same name was executed in this area for witchcraft. And even in death, she continues to bear her grudge against mankind. Who knows how much of this is true, though? Truth or fiction, the story has taken roots in this region. The city's history may be lost, but the legend of the witch continues to be told. People have a tendency to keep stories alive that scare them. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. No, I'm fine. You're best staying away from the mansion and the forest at any rate. There's no saying what might happen if curiosity gets the better of you. It's already happened 3 times, buddy. You're a little late on the draw here. You're a little late to the party. Better safe than sorry, if you ask me. Aside from the mansion, this is a pretty peaceful village, as you'll find. I don't know where you come from, but I'm glad you didn't end up wandering up there. Yeah, totally didn't come from the mansion at all. Haha. Haha. I know all about the mansion and who lives there. I was there, after all, with Michel, for a full month. But I don't remember any cursed witch. Just a man with a bone-chilling glare. Maybe the rumors about the witch living there were spread by him. Or perhaps even his family. I could see them doing that. But none of that matters to me anymore. I'm never going anywhere near that house again. The witch's curse, Michel, they're nothing to me. Yeah, it was only a month. It was only a month. I think technically they said it was like 5 weeks. But yeah. It was only just over a month. With nowhere else to go, I ended up in this small village. There was no denying that there was very little to speak of here, but I found peace in that nothingness. I couldn't have been more blessed that such a kind man had found me and welcomed me into his village. The village ran entirely on its own crops and livestock. They had no currency, merely bartered among themselves. Coming from a merchant's family, everything felt so new. I had never plowed a large plot of land, milked a cow, or used a loom before. At first, I wasn't sure what to think, being such a departure from my lifestyle in the capital. But over time, I grew more comfortable with my life, and the people of the village started to think me as one of their own. Come on, Giselle, come play with us. We're playing hide and seek today. Sorry, can't. I'm spinning yarn. You can do that later. Come on, play with us. Stop that. Don't pull on my skirt. Oh, all right, you win. When I'm done with this, I'll join you. And no ditching. We'll be down at the square, okay? Got it. See you there. The kids are taking quite a liking to you. Ah, Amadi. You think so? They've been incredibly lively since you arrived. Children are more sensitive than adults. Sensitive? They're very perceptive of how others are feeling. If you begrudgingly play with them, they'll pick up on that real quick. You like children, and that's a wonderful thing. There's not a good woman in the world who dislikes children. I guess I'm not a good woman. Okay, why, thank you. That pause speaks volumes. Yeah, sorry. Children terrify me. I don't think it's so much that I like them, but I'm kind of a big kid myself. I genuinely enjoy hide and seek. But that's not going to earn me any points. Yeah. Yes, that exactly, Marky. Yes, you get it. You get it. I like kids too. Watching them, it gives me faith that this world has a bright future. Bright future. I never looked at them that way. They seem to like you quite a bit too, Amity. Thanks. Though I'd rather give my affection to my own kids. Oh? You have children? Oh, heavens no. I thought that was obvious enough. I'm talking about the future. I see. But knowing you, Amity, I'm sure you'll find someone right for you and have kids of your own in no time. It's not that easy, sadly. Even in such a small village, there are no ladies who would take interest in me. You don't give yourself enough credit. I'm fully confident you'll find someone soon enough. Do you really think so? Absolutely. Yep. I knew that was coming. Perhaps you could be that person? What? A pardon? I won't pressure you into it, of course. But I think it would be marvelous to have you in my life in a bigger way. But it's a little soon. for me to think about settling down like that. It is pretty sudden, I'll admit. Take all the time you need to consider it. I mean, at least a decent way of saying something like that instead of everything in the game so far. Yeah, this is tame. This is quaint. All right. I have to go play with the kids now. Have fun. I wonder if he really meant it. Amadi is a nice fellow. And I'm sure living here would be wonderful. But I can't help feeling something isn't right here. Why am I thinking about him? Now of all times. That man has no redeemable qualities. Not one. As it turned out, Amadi was serious about his proposition. And he brought it up every time we ran into each other. Okay, now you're getting a little much, buddy. You're getting a little much. And now it's creepy. Thank you, Kane. It's one thing to like mention it, haha, joke, and then like, you know, slowly pursue it. But not every day or every time you cross paths. That's a little much, even for $10.99, you know? Unable to give him an answer, I found myself constantly apologizing to him. Soon, winter started giving way to spring. On a day when the air still had a brisk winter bite and budding seedlings battling to break through the earth, seams holding the village together began to come loose. I mean, how much does a, oh, I should not ask that question. I was going to ask a question and I'm like, that's not a question. Nope, we're not asking that question. Moving on. That day, the village men were gathered in the square talking. They had stern looks on their faces. It was clear that something had happened. I obviously couldn't stick my head in, so I waited till they were done and caught Amadi. While it was rather awkward, I was still more comfortable asking him for information than anyone else. Actually, with a dejected look on his face, he started explaining. A lord found out about the village. What? And he said he's going to place this land under his rule. Meaning he'll start collecting taxes. In addition, he's also demanding we pay back 5 years worth of back taxes for our unauthorized use of the land. What? That's ridiculous. Yes, it most certainly is. We obviously don't have the means to pay 5 years' taxes. There's no reason for him to take over this village at all. We're completely isolated from the surrounding area, after all. But if we resist, he could send soldiers. It doesn't matter how absurd his claim to the village is. We have no choice but to comply. That's terrible. What are we going to do then? We're going to do as the Lord demands. The 5 years of taxes will be paid in installments. Some of the men suggested we abandon land and find somewhere else. It would take time to cultivate the land and plant new crops. It's no trivial task. We'll just have to make do with these changes. We'll get more use out of the land and try to be more efficient. Will you help in the fields? Of course! This village is my home now, too. Thank you, Giselle. It'll be difficult, but if we all pitch in, I'm sure we'll get through this. I thought the same thing. If we all work together, we can make through this rough patch. But the collection of taxes brought more than just a burden for everyone to share. It brought in emotional strain and conflict to the village, too. Your family has more hands to work the fields. I have a sickly child. You expect him to work harder than he is? I know you're hiding grain in your cellar. You have more than us. Let us keep a little grain. You have more. No, you have more. You both then have more than us. When their comfortable lives fell under attack, the villagers' top priority became their own property. The cooperation was only temporary. And before long, everyone became a threat. The negative energy only built on itself, its growth accelerating like a boulder rolling down a hill. And it wasn't long before their sights fell on me, the outsider. Come on, get moving. Ow! Stop that! Why are you doing this? I'll stop once you've told us everything. Told you what? One morning, a man dragged me from my house and took me to the square. There, the rest of the village was gathered, all eyes on me. What? What's this about? Oh, don't play stupid. We all knew it was you. What was me? The thief. Maid? From the crowd appeared someone I knew quite well. The ever-affable village representative. The man had saved my life. But in his eyes, now, I thought you were better than that. Was contempt, anger, scorn. So many different shades of negativity. I recognized what I saw in his glare immediately, as someone who had been subjected to those looks before. But why? For what reason was he looking at me like that? I couldn't make sense of what was happening. I just stood there, stupefied. There's been a rise of reports of people having things stolen lately. This village is too small to attract bandits, though. Since the Lord now demands we pay him taxes, even the smallest item lost can have a dramatic impact on a family's living conditions. What you've done is no joke. Wait just a second. I haven't stolen anything. Why do you think You've been seen in the act. What? So long as there is testimony against you, your guilt is assured. What? Who says they saw me? I swear I didn't do anything. They're obviously lying. You're the one who's lying. You've been playing us all for the fool this whole time. Everything was fine until you showed up. We managed not to get found until you showed up. No, that's not my fault. Giselle, apologize to the village and return what you've taken. Amadi, you don't believe me? There are multiple witnesses. Several different people saw you stealing. I've known these people long enough to be family, and I trust them like family too. They're not liars. But, no, they're framing me. I didn't steal anything, I swear. Framing you. Now you want to put this on us, woman? Unbelievable. Have you forgotten we welcomed you into the village? Amadi, please believe me. You of all people should believe me. You've been avoiding me as of late, haven't you? What? Because you've had something to hide, correct? No, What other reason could you have to avoid me? Why? How could he say these things? Why won't he believe me? Now return the things you've stolen. I can't. I never stole anything. How am I supposed to return something I don't have? I see. So you've already moved the stolen goods. She said she doesn't have them anymore, folks. How should we deal with this? Yep, you're correct, Marky. Rough her up till she talks. Yeah, she's not getting off that easy. Give us back our property. Why is this happening to me? The harsh new rulership has driven these people mad. I need to get away from this village, quick. Restrain her. No! Get your hands off me! Have you forgotten everything we've done for you? All that matters is that you don't have to suffer. Is that it? I didn't do anything. No. Take her to my house. We'll make her tell us everything. Kane, do you mind? You mind putting it in chat again for me, please? Thank you. No, stop. You've all gone mad. Please come to your senses. With men on all four sides of me, I was dragged to Amadi's house. He sat coolly in a chair, and they shoved me to my knees before him. I'll ask you this one more time, Giselle. Where did you put the things you stole? And I'll keep giving you the same answer. I didn't take anything from anyone. Please believe me. Do you swear with God as your witness? I do. I swear with all my heart. You don't actually believe her, do you, Amity? She not only sold us out to the Lord, and now she threatened to make our lives downright impossible. Again, it's just a coincidence. Please listen to me, Amity. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man. Why are you doing this, Amity? You were such a good man. I am deeply disappointed in you, Giselle. As much as I don't want to have to do this, I have to get the truth from you. Amity? Ah, of course. Why didn't I see it? I'm still just an outsider to them. Why would he believe a stranger's words over the words of the village, his family, the water? What? Okay, I don't feel comfortable reading this part again. I don't know why I felt okay with Yukimasa's, but when it's done to Giselle, I just can't. Okay, here we go. There's a bucket of water on the floor in front of me. Yep, I'm not reading it. Nope, nope. I'm not reading it out loud to you all. Honestly, just drown her like a normal witch. Yeah. I wish. Bad to say, I just wish. It's so much better than what they're doing right now. Couldn't you let go French? Yeah, really. Also, I do feel like I should look up if their writers are on some kind of list at this point. I know, but like you, yeah. How unsightly. And to think I ever considered marrying this woman. You can stop whenever you want, Giselle. You just have to tell us the truth. I was given no time to rest. My head shoved into the bucket, then pulled out just long enough for me to steal a breath before going back in, over and over again. Not a person in the room objected to the abuse I was receiving. I had prayed for a good harvest with these people. They taught me how to use a loom, something I never had touched before. We had laughed together, lived together. They were normal people. Perfectly ordinary, kind, hopeful, friendly people. Not at all cruel or inhumane. But now, they burned with a frenzy that overshadowed all my memories of them. And every gargle, gasp, grunt they got fueled that fire. Dozens of eyes laced with madness stared down upon me, rejoicing at my suffering. My consciousness was slipping away from me. I thought I could hear laughing and chattering. It all passed through my ears with as mere noise, nothing I could make sense of. Stay with me. Tea? Oh, thank goodness you're awake. Wait, what was I just doing? All right, I was in the forest, on the verge of death. Namadi found me, and we all almost lost valuable manpower there. We're discussing what to do with you, Giselle, and we decided to make you village property. No, he didn't save me. If you agree to work for us, we'll put this whole nasty mess behind us. You may be worthless in the fields and terrible with a loom. There's plenty you can help with. What are you going to make me do? You like getting your hands dirty. And considering I found you half dead in the forest, I doubt the rest of you is any cleaner. Thank you, Kane. Amity? Seems we've come to an agreement. I'll keep watch over her starting today. Make sure she stays in line and doesn't steal anything. Dirty. Stays in line. The way they're looking at me. They didn't have to spell it out. No. Anything but that. Please have mercy. If you're begging for mercy, that means you know you've done something wrong. Let's see. There is one way, Giselle. What? Give back what you stole, naturally. But if you're going to insist that's not possible, to bring us something of equal value. If you can't do that, then your life belongs to the village. The men were cackling. They knew I couldn't do it. They were enjoying watching me squirm. Take your pick, Giselle. Something of equal value. If I can get that, then you'll set me free? In that moment, a little bit of darkness bubbled up in my heart. Something maleficent whispered in my ear. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. It comes full circle. It wasn't a plot point just to be used. Yep. The furniture. You can go steal from Michel. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, and then you make your way to a bigger town. Chekhov's furniture. I think I know where you can get something worth some money. The mansion in the forest. It has some very valuable furniture in it. Oh god. Why would you tell them? Just go and get it. Just go and get the furniture, Giselle. Don't lead them to Michel. This is not going to end well. No, they said they would let her go if they could bring her something of value. They'd probably just have someone come along. When did I become? You can steal some of that and sell it for good money. Such a despicable woman. You mean the cursed mansion? You expect us to go there? Are you out of your mind? Anyone who goes near that house is killed by the witch's curse. There is no witch living there. There is no curse. Giselle, what do you know about the mansion? I lived there for a while. Well, for a month. You what? The son of a nobleman lives there. He's human, and he's alone. A noble? What's a noble boy doing this far from the city? I presume he was banished there. Hello, Bizarro. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hello, hello. I hope you are doing well. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Waking up? Oh, I'm glad you showed up now and not like 20 minutes ago when we were in some very dark topics. So I'm glad you're here when we're in a relatively safe space for you to be here. Especially for your first time being in the stream. But hi, yes. Welcome to the house in Fata, Morgana. It is a psychological horror mystery fantasy visual novel. And yes, Marky is here somewhere in chat. I was sent to the mansion from the capital to act as his servant. There is plenty of value in the house. Shelves lined with books. There should be more than enough to pay the Lord's 5 years' worth of taxes. Is what you're saying true? I would not lie. No! It is not similar to a Marky stream, no. No, not at all. If anything, quite the opposite. I feel like your streams are very cozy, and we are here, crying. And not for good reasons. As bewilderment spread through Amedee's house, I was unable to look at anything but the floor. I couldn't stop trembling. To protect myself, I had sold out Michel. You swear there's just a single man living in that house? Yes, it's only him. All right. If it turns out you're lying, you'll pay. Okay, everyone. You heard her. Tell all the young men to get ready. We're going up to the mansion in the forest. And just to be safe, just make sure everyone brings something they can use as a weapon. And you, Giselle, you're coming with us. You'll be leading the way. Listen to me. Don't even think about trying to run. Right. On the cusp of springtime, I found myself trekking through the dreary forest I had thought I would never set foot into again. How did I end up here? How come I can never manage to avoid getting myself in these situations? And who would have guessed that my reason for returning to the mansion would be to loot it? I prayed for God to show even a little mercy and ensure Michel wasn't around. Though I knew the chances of that happening were almost zero. After several hours of walking, we broke through the thick woods and the mansion appeared before us. Like its surroundings, the house was bleak and uninviting. Even the midday sun seemed disinterested in shining its light upon it. Despite, on the surface, there not being much of anything impressive about it, the entire mob stood speechless before its overwhelming presence. But the men had weapons, and they were fueled by avarice? Avarice? I'm not sure. Which gave them the courage to approach this place they wouldn't normally otherwise. Thank you, Marky. That doesn't help. Thank you so much. Sits and slides next to the Marky. Door won't open. I think it's barred from the inside. It would seem someone really does live in this cursed place. I'm honestly surprised. Even more so that it's not a witch, but just some noble. The door's old, we could break it down. Yeah, let's bust it down. Hold on, there's no need to be barbaric. Did you even consider knocking on the door like normal people? You sound like a band of thieves. Ha, that's something else coming from you. Who do you think proposed this plan, Giselle? You. All right, men. You ready for our lives of luxury? Break down that door. Stop it! It's the damn nobles who make our lives so hard. They deserve to be robbed. Break it! Break down the door! Please stop this! Nope. They did it. Break it down! Break it down. Stop. And there it goes. All their repressed emotions detonated. They battered the door again and again and again. And in a few minutes' time, it was on the verge of collapse. They shouted and cheered and hooted like madmen. As my peaceful life came crumbling down around me. Growing lightheaded from anxiety, I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear it any longer. And the deep groan of the door opening echoed through the forest. It seems you're not aware whose house you're trying to break into. The world went silent, like time had come to a stop. No one could manage to say a word, only stare at the man who appeared from within the mansion. Surely you know what this place is called. Beneath the dazzling midday sun, he had bone-chillingly alabaster skin and long, nearly translucently pale hair. That I don't think makes sense, but sure. So surely you came prepared for whatever you would find. And his eyes. Were like two blazing infernos staring out across the mob. A demon? Someone muttered, probably unconsciously. He did indeed look like something not of this world. It's a demon. The rumors of this place were true. A cursed demon lives here. Demon? Him? Michel? No, he's not cursed. Indeed, I am cursed. The witch's curse is real. I have inherited it in its entirety, as well as her purpose. A witch, a demon, an spirit impure. Call me whatever you wish, for the truth shall not change. I carry within me an eternal curse. Behold my flesh as pale as the moon. No red blood flows beneath this skin as it does yours. Behold my hair utterly devoid of color, offered up to the devil as part of our pact. Behold these crimson eyes, a symbol of a lifeblood split at my hands. I shall bring calamity upon you as the witch of legend. Never-ending famine, plague, catastrophe, suffering for generations. Until the moment of your deaths, you shall regret ever coming near this place. No, have mercy. We were just... It was that woman. She brought us here, tempted us with promises of wealth, deceived us, told us to pillage this house. We're innocent. Amadi, please, have mercy on us. Give her to me then, as an offering. Absolutely, she's yours. Torture her as you please. That's not what's gonna happen here, buddy. I'm sorry, you just let her free. You just let her free. I have one more condition. You never come near this house again. If you as much as consider it, you will all die by my curse. I swear it. We won't return. Run! Get out of here! Without so much as a glance back, the villagers scrambled into the forest, and Amadi, the man who had rescued me that night, went right along with them. Is there any kindness in this world? I wasn't sure what to think anymore. Don't think I'm helping you. His voice rained down on me, but I couldn't lift my head. There was such a gaping void in my chest. I had no idea what questions I should be asking anymore. What should I be angry about? What I should be sad about? Not even the first clue. Look at me. Look at me, Giselle. This is a very dramatic pose. Thank you, Michel. Thank you, Michel. Tell me, is it true you returned to the mansion to plunder it? That you brought those men here to rob me of my valuables? Answer me, Giselle. Yes, it's true. I persuaded them to steal from you. Are you really so desperate for money you'd resort to looting? Just how low will you go? Not only did you seduce my father, not only did you go digging around for information about me, you brought a mob to this house. And they were armed too. Were you trying to get me killed? Answer me, Giselle. Not even going to defend yourself? Your scheme failed, so you're retreating into silence. Ah, for God's sake, you sicken me. I'm done with you. I'm done. Leave this place and never show your face here again. As he shouted at me, I stared into his fiery red eyes. A somewhat inappropriate thought crossed my mind. Huh. So he can get emotional like everyone else. Thank you, Bizarro. And my heart, stripped raw and cast out to sea. Huh, so he is kinda hot. Oh no, he's hot. Finally, sunk deep enough to be crushed by the pressure. Me. What? If you want me gone, then kill me. You can do that, can't you? You can use your curse to kill me, can't you? Then do it. Right here. Use your power, take my life. If you don't want to do that, then stab me with your knife. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. What? I mean, you were threatening to kill, like, a village full of men here just shortly. Don't act like this is a big surprise. I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. No one will believe anything I say. No one cares. No one cares one bit about how I feel. They all just walk all over me, laughing. Why? Tell me why. Why is this happening to me? I never stole anything. What? What are you talking about? I tried my best to look happy. I thought everything would work out if I just kept smiling. I believe things would make things better. But nothing ever got better. What did I do? Tell me, what did I do? But you. All I did, all I ever did was believe. Tried my best to survive, to always wear a smile. But if everything is going to be my fault, and I have to deal with that for the rest of my life, then I'm done. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live in this world anymore. Calm down, please. I don't follow what you're saying. My understanding is that you desired money, so you brought that mob. And before that, you used my father. You wouldn't believe me if I even told you the real story. You'll take your family's word over mine. You don't have any idea what I went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together. What? I never wanted riches. I just wanted a decent enough wage to allow my family to live comfortably. That's all I wanted. But that man, he used my family against me. He made me. Forced me to. He. Yep. I'm not saying that. Oh, Giselle, I just want to give you a big hug. I'm so sorry. What? Again and again, no matter how much I resisted, he wouldn't stop. Again and again. He threatened me. Beat me. Cut me with a knife. Over and over and over again. What? My father? Yes. No one would believe me. I did nothing wrong. You don't believe me either, do you? So I'm done. I don't want this body anymore. I don't want to live like this anymore. I can't take it anymore. Help me, please. Set me free. Kill me. Kill me already. Use your curse and kill me. Kill me! Give me a moment. I I need time to process this. You can do it, can't you? Then kill me already. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me. Damn it. Give me time so we can talk this through. I want to hear everything from the beginning. Inside. Let's go inside and talk. The light hurts my eyes. That was a door. Yeah, that was a door, all right. That was a door. Oof. Well, on that note, I'm going to leave that here for tonight. We will get to see the rest of Michel's story here soon. And what a door it was indeed. And what a door it was. That was a door closing sign. Yeah. But I will end that here for tonight. Let me see. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. I really appreciate it. I just want to see. Oh, okay. All good. Thank you so much for everyone for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for the follows and the chats. I really appreciate you being here with me tonight. And I will see you all soon. Thank you all so much for stopping by. And bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.